Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jai Shri Shri Radhakala Chanji Bhagwan ki. Just turn around maybe. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna. Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo, Ramo,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna. I forgot it. Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Bueno. Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo. Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo. Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Ramo Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Shri Radhe. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
He was doing the Pujari Seva. You heard him sing in the beginning? You heard his bhajan in the beginning? They're all really well trained. They hosted us in January for New Orleans Kirtan Fest and like all like
Yeah, this year also. This year also will come.
buys a drum. These two can go. Okay, we'll take this. Can you guys just put that up on the shelf? Yeah. On the right side. Cards will stay here too. Max go here. Very, very strange. You guys are a bubble. It's fascinating.
dynamic over here. Hare Krishna. We will now have our Gaura Arti. Kiba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati ka Shobha. Kiba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati ka Shobha. Janavi Tatavane Jagamana Lobha. Jagamana Lobha. Kiba Dakhine Nitai Chan Bame Gadadhara. Kiba Dakhine Nitai Chan Gadadhara. Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chhatradhara. Nikate Shrini Vasa Chhatradhara. Kiba Bosi Yache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane. Kiba Bosi Yache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane. Arati Kore na Brahma Adi Deva Gane. Arati Kore na Brahma Adi Deva Gane. Kiva Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulaya. Kiva Nara Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Ghosha Adi Gaya. Sanjaya Basu Adi Gaya. Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Ghosha Adi Gaya. Sanjaya Adi Gaya. Shiva Shankha Baje Ghanta Baje Baje Karatala. Shiva Shankha Ghanta Baje Baje Karatala. Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala. Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Kiba Bahu Koti ચંદ્રજીની વાદના ઉજ્વાલા કે બાબા કોટી ચંદ્રજીની વાદના ઉજ્વાલા ગાલા દેશે બનમાલા કોરે જલમાલા ગાલા ગાલા દેશે બનમાલા કોરે જલમાલા ગાલા દે શિવા શિવા શુક નારદ પ્રેમે ગદા ગદ શિવા શિવા ભક્તિ વિનોદ દેખે ગૌરાર સંપદ ભક્તિ વિનોદ દેખે ગૌરાર સંપદ ભક્તિ વિનોદ દેખે ગૌરાર સંપદ દેખે ગૌરાર સંપદ કિબા જય જય ગૌરા ચાંદેર આરતી કશોભા કિબા જય જય ગૌરા ચાંદેર આરતી કશોભા જાનવી તટવને જગામન લોભા જાનવી તટવને જગામન લોભા નમા ઓમ વિષ્ણુપદાય કૃષ્ણપ્રેષ્ઠાય ભૂતલે શ્રીમતે ભક્તિવેદાંત સ્વામી ઇતિ નામિને નમો વિષ્ણુપદાય કૃષ્ણપ્રેષ્ઠાય ભૂતલે શ્રીમતે ભક્તિવેદાંત સ્વામી ઇતિ જય શ્રી નમા ઓમ વિષ્ણુપદાય કૃષ્ણપ્રેષ્ઠાય ભૂતલે શ્રીમતે ભક્તિવેદાંત સ્વામી ઇતિ નામિને નમા ઓમ વિષ્ણુપદાય કૃષ્ણપ્રેષ્ઠાય ભૂતલે શ્રીમતે ભક્તિવેદાંત સ્વામી ઇતિ નામિને નમસ્તે સારસ્વતે દેવે ગૌરવાણી પ્રચારિણે નિર્વિશેષ શૂન્યવાદી પાશ્ચાત્ય દેશતારિણે નમસ્તે સરસ્વતી દેવે ગૌરવાણી પ્રચારિણે નિર્વિશેષ શૂન્યવાદી પાશ્ચાત્ય દેશતારિણે જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ ચૈતન્ય પ્રભુ નિત્યાનંદ શ્રી અદ્વૈત ગદાધર શ્રીવાસાદિ ગૌર ભક્તવૃંદ જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ ચૈતન્ય Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottar Shata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottar Shata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री नवद्वीप मायापुर धाम की पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा मैया की जय यमुना मैया की जय तुलसी महारानी की श्रीला भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर ट्रांसेंडेंटल डिसअपियरेंस डे की जय. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Dalhadadayine Praladadadayine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shila Tankana Phalaye Shila
इतो न सिंहा परतो न सिंहो परतो न सिंहो इतो न सिंहा परतो न सिंहो इतो न सिंहा परतो न सिंहो यतो यतो यामि ततो न सिंहा यतो यतो यामि ततो न सिंहा बहिर्नरसिंहो हृदये नरसिंहो बहिर्नरसिंहो हृदये नरसिंहो नरसिंहामदिं शरणं प्रपदे नरसिंहामदिं शरणं प्रपदे तव कर कमल वरे नखा अद्भुत श्रृंगा दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृंगा केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव कर कमल वरे नखा अद्भुत श्रृंगार दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृंगा जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव सिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नर हरि जय नर हरि जय नर हरि जय नर हरि हरि जय नर हरि जय नर हरि जय नर हरि जय प्रह्लाद महाराज जय प्रह्लाद महाराज जय प्रह्लाद महाराज जय प्रह्लाद महाराज प्रह्लाद महाराज जय प्रह्लाद महाराज जय प्रह्लाद महाराज जय प्रह्लाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद सर्व भक्ति विघ्न विनाशक सर्व भक्त रक्षक भक्तवत्सल श्री प्रहलाद लक्ष्मी नरसिंह भगवान की जय भक्तराज भक्त शिरोमणि श्री प्रहलाद महाराज की जय सेवियर ऑफ फॉलन सोल शिला प्रभुपाद की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी हरि हरि बोल। थैंक यू।
Yeah, 8 o'clock. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Welcome to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji temple. This is our evening program. So we just had our evening arti, the Sandhya arti. And then the altar just closed now. And will reopen again at 8 o'clock. The changing Krishna's clothes. He's getting dressed in his night dress. So what we've been doing for the last year and a half or so is we've been having regular study of Bhagavad Gita from 7 o'clock till 7:30, 7:40 like that. So we'll continue with that and you can join us for the discussion. We are on chapter 9 of the Bhagavad Gita. Oh Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we're reading from the Bhagavad Gita as it is. This is chapter 9, titled The Most Confidential Knowledge. So we've come at the right time. Krishna is revealing something that's most confidential. And we are on text 24 today of this chapter. It's almost going to end. The chapter is going to end. So he's finishing it up. Before we get into it, how many of you have read the Gita, have some idea of what's happening? Yes? Probably you also? Okay, very nice. So basically, where is the Gita happening? Do you know? This is an easy one. Yeah, in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, right? So the Pandavas are on one side and the Kauravas are on the other side, and this is one of the biggest battles the world has ever seen. There are millions and millions of people there. Everybody is gathered there. They've tried to avoid this war as much as possible, but it's come to a point where it's unavoidable. So the Pandavas were in exile, right? And then when they came back, they asked for at least 5 villages, because these are Kshatriyas. These are people of the administrative order, right? So it is their natural propensity to rule. And they said, give us 5 villages. We don't need the entire kingdom, although it was their own right to govern the kingdom, rule over the kingdom. But Duryodhana basically said, I cannot even give you the land that's equivalent to the size of a pin head, right? You've seen a pin in the top of it. He said, I can't even give you that. So and they tried to send peace messengers, so many things. And now it's come to this battlefield. And who's there? Who's the main, what do you say, the foremost of the warriors at that time? Do you know? Bhishma? Yeah, Bhishma was somebody who was very powerful. Who else? Arjuna, right? Arjuna was considered one of the most superior archers of his time. And Arjuna is on the side of the Pandavas. And then who is Arjuna with in the battlefield? Yeah, Krishna. And what is Krishna doing? Yeah, he is a chariot driver of Arjuna. So Krishna basically said, I'm not going to participate in this war. So they said, you can have my army. And then Duryodhana basically picked up his army, which was one of the most powerful armies at that time. And then Arjuna said, it's fine, Krishna, you don't have to fight, but be with us, help us, guide us in that. But Krishna took this very menial position of being Arjuna's chariot driver. And at the battlefield, everybody is ready. The conch shells are blown, the bugles and the drums and everything is played. And just before the war was about to start, Arjuna asks Krishna, Krishna, can you please take the chariot to the middle of the battlefield so that I want to really see who is there on the opposite side. So this is not something that Arjuna didn't know. He knew for a long time who he was going to fight, right? So Arjuna, at the moment the battle was about to start, had real doubts about whether he should really fight the war. So that's why he says, I really want to check again who's there on the other side of the battlefield, because it was a very difficult task. Think about it. Bhishma was there on the other side. Drona was there on the other side. His teacher, his grandfather, his cousins, his friends, everybody that he grew up with and he loved so much. And war means people are going to die, right? That's a fact. So he really didn't want this to happen, even at the last minute. He was a great devotee of the Lord. He had so much compassion for everybody and said, I really don't even want what's the use of having all this kingdom when nobody is there to share it with, right? When we get something, the first thing we want to do is share it with our loved ones. Like, or else there is no fun in achieving something unless we have somebody to share it with. So Arjuna basically said, I really don't want to do it. And then he starts basically giving so many arguments to Krishna on why he should not really fight the war. These are very, very good arguments that Arjuna gives in chapter 1 of the Gita and a little bit in the beginning of chapter 2 of the Gita on why he should not fight. And yet, at the beginning of chapter 2, Arjuna himself is not really convinced by his arguments. And then something that's very momentous happens in the Bhagavad Gita. So till then, Krishna is just listening to Arjuna. You know, what's the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna? Yeah, brother-in-law, but before that they were real good friends, right? That's how they're very, very intimate friends. It describes that Krishna and Arjuna would eat from the same plate, sleep on the same bed, like really intimate friends, you know. So Krishna is just listening from that perspective. He's my friend, he's speaking to me and giving all these arguments. But Arjuna is still very, very confused. And then at one point says, Karpanya dosho pahata svabhava prichami tvam dharma samhuda cheta yat shreyasya nishchitam bruhitan me shishyasteham shadi mam tvam prapannam. This is basically what Arjuna is saying. Krishna, I'm really confused. I don't know what to do. So therefore, you tell me for sure what I should do, because I'm surrendering to you and taking you up as a teacher. I'm surrendering to you as a student. Shishyasteham shadi mam tvam prapannam. I'm surrendering to you. So from this point, Krishna starts taking this position of a teacher. Till now, they were equals, right? Peers, really close friends. And it's sometimes very hard for peers to say things to each other. We might not listen to them. So when this point occurs, when Krishna is being taken as the teacher, then Krishna starts the Gita. And you would see throughout the Gita that this is not a one-way street. Krishna is not saying, do this because I'm saying you to do it. Ultimately, he says many times, Arjuna, just do it because I'm asking you to do it. But you would see that it's a conversation between two people. So Krishna will say something, and then Arjuna will say, okay, I understand this, but can you explain this a little bit more clearly to me? And then Krishna will go on and explain things. And then Arjuna will come back and say, Krishna, you said this before, now you're saying this. How should I understand this? Basically, the third chapter is Karma Yoga. Krishna explains how to perform activity. And then Arjuna will come back again in the 5th chapter and say, tell me for sure what I should do. Basically, again, he speaks more about Karma Yoga. So this is basically the format of the Gita, is that it's not the one-way street. It's a beautiful conversation between the Lord and his devotee. And it is in the sense of, so anything that we ask can be of two types, right? Which it shouldn't really be. One is blind following. I say something, somebody says something, I'll just follow it, irrespective of whether I don't even think about it. Right? That's not really good. And the other thing is asking questions just for the sake of asking questions. Absurd inquiry, which is the opposite side of blind following, right? That I really don't want the answer. And I'll just keep asking you like thousands of questions, but I really don't know, I'm not expecting you, I'm not going to accept anything that you're saying, right? So, but the nature of Krishna's conversation is how Arjuna starts, right? Krishna, I'm confused. So I take you as my teacher and surrender unto you. And from that perspective, I'm going to listen to everything that you say. I trust in what you have to say for me, because you're very dear to me. Arjuna and Krishna were very dear friends, right? Krishna says, Bhaktosime sakacheti. Rahasyam hetaduttamam. That Arjuna, I am saying this secret to you because you are my friend and my very close devotee. Bhaktosime and sakacheti. So that's why this chapter, you see, it's titled The Most Confidential Knowledge. What's so confidential about it? Because everybody has the Gita, right? And everybody has access to these verses of the Gita. So how can it be a confidential knowledge when it's freely available for everybody? This is the point. On how we approach the Gita is what we get from the Gita. Everybody has access to the Gita, right? But till Prabhupada, our founder Acharya, he came to the West in 1965. And by the time he came, there were already about at least 200 translations, English translations of the Bhagavad Gita. So he writes this in his introduction to the Gita. And he named his commentary and translation to the Gita as Bhagavad Gita as it is. As it is. This was the problem, right? Although there were 200 translations of the Gita in English, not one created one single devotee of Krishna. The main subject matter of Bhagavad Gita is Krishna himself, right? But everybody were using Bhagavad Gita to forward their own ideas, right? This is a very important book because that's why so many people, it has been 5,000 years at least since the Bhagavad Gita has been spoken, so many people have tried to write commentaries on it, right? Why? Because they want to show that Bhagavad Gita is saying what I am saying. So therefore my idea is really good. That's been the yardstick. So, but when you give the message of Krishna as it is, then the potential that the message has is extraordinary. Because the message is incredibly potent, very pure. Krishna will say, is said in the beginning of chapter 9, the nature of this knowledge that he is going to give. He says, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam, Pavitram, Idamuttamam, Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam, Susukam Kartum Avyayam. This is the nature of the knowledge that he is giving. It's not that it's some dry knowledge that he's giving, some abstract knowledge that he's giving. He's saying, it's Raja Vidya. This is the king of all knowledge, Arjuna, that I'm going to give you now. And you see there are 18 chapters in the Gita, and 9 is right in the middle, smack in the middle, right? It's when you have to guard something, you put it as protected as possible. So really, Krishna is expecting people to come to the 9th chapter before he can really deliver something that's the most confidential knowledge. He says, this is the king of all knowledge. Raja Guhyam, he says, is the most confidential. It's very, very confidential knowledge. Pavitram idam uttamam. It's very pure and it's uttama. It's the topmost, right? But how is this knowledge? Is it that it's so esoteric that nobody can understand it? No, he says, Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam. That you can actually perceive this. All of us can actually experience this. That's the kind of knowledge that Krishna is giving, right? And Susukam Kartumavim. Okay, I've given you this knowledge, but is it really hard? He says, no, it's very, very enjoyable. Susukam Kartumavim. When you practice such a knowledge, it's Susukam. Sukam means it's very enjoyable, right? Susukam means it's most enjoyable. That's the kind of knowledge that Krishna is giving in this chapter. Yeah? And what has happened so far is Krishna has actually talked about who he is, about his own potency, that Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. Right? This is something that Srila Prabhupada says again and again. Do you know what supreme personality of Godhead means? What is Godhead? Let's split it. What does Godhead mean? Give you a clue. What does womanhood mean? You've heard this word? Womanhood, childhood, brotherhood, like that. What do these words mean? Phase of life? Yeah? But what's so specific about it? There's something specific, right? Womanhood means it's specific to women. Like it's specific to a group of women. That's what womanhood means. Childhood means it's a phase of life, but it's specific to children, right? So Godhood means it's a group of people who have godly qualities. That's what Godhood means. And the word Godhead comes from the word Godhood. Right? Okay, there are several people who have godly qualities. Or practically speaking, every one of us has godly qualities in us. Because we are parts and parcels of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We are all, this is Krishna's first message to Arjuna, right? Arjuna, you think all of these people you're going to kill. But when the body dies, the person actually doesn't die, he says. Which means he's differentiating between the actual person and the body, right? This is Krishna's first instruction, is that we are not these bodies that we think we are, but we are the spirit souls within this body. We are something that's completely different from this body. He says, Najayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavitava na bhuya. Ajo nitya shashvato yam purano na hanyate hanyamane sharire. That the person is not really killed when the body is killed, because the person is eternal. He has never come into being, he'll never come into being, and he is not come into being right now. Eternal means you're there forever, right? Just like Krishna, we're also eternal. But we're not Krishna, or we're not God. That's the point Krishna is making. Is that when we have a toothache, we have to go to the dentist. If you're God, why will you have to go to the dentist if you have a toothache, right? But Krishna comes in the same, similar body like ours, and we think that Krishna is also human like us. He says, in a few verses before, he says, Avajananti mam moodha manushim tanumashritam param bhava majananto. He says, Avajananti mam moodha, that these fools think that when I come in the human form, that I am also human-like. This is a problem. Krishna says, his janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma neti ma meti so Arjuna. That all of us are born, right? Did we pick our parents? Did we pick where we were going to be born? How we were going to be born? Like, none of it was in our hands. But Krishna says, my janma and my karma, my appearance and my activities are divyam, are transcendental in nature. So like that, Krishna has been speaking about his nature. And then he's also speaking about the different kinds of people who approach Krishna in different ways. So he's spoken about how first, people who don't really come. So there are 4 kinds of people, Krishna says, who don't really worship me. And this is the amazing thing about Gita, is that it's all inclusive. In the sense that it doesn't leave out anybody. It speaks about every single category of people that we have in this world. That's why this book has gone through the test of time, right? Even now, why is Bhagavad Gita so relevant? Is because the knowledge is eternal in nature. It's coming from the most perfect source, which is Krishna himself, right? So Godhead. So Krishna is the supreme person among all these people who have godly qualities, right? Supreme means the topmost, and Krishna is a person. This is the thing, that Krishna is not really an abstract light, white light, or some abstract entity that's there, you know. But Krishna is really a person. And when we sang this before, right, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, the song is basically a picture into the spiritual world itself, right? The different activities that Krishna does. And all of us have an eternal relationship with Krishna. The entire idea of the practice of bhakti or spirituality is to just rediscover our relationship with Krishna. We've just forgotten it. We're thinking, I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm an Indian, and I'm an American, and I'm so-and-so, and we've tried to identify ourselves with very temporary designations. But the actual designation of us is that we are a spirit soul, and we are eternal servants of Krishna, and we have an eternal relationship with Krishna, right? So then Krishna says how different people approach him. Ekatvena, Prataktvena, and Vishwatomukam, he says. Vishwatomukam means people identify with God as nature, right? You said this? The universe, the nature is superior. Of course, we understand that. But it's a very indirect way, right? And then Ekatvena means sometimes people identify God as this Brahman. You've heard about this? This is the philosophy of Mayavada. Vada means argument. Maya means illusion. This is the argument of illusion, that this entire world is an illusion. And so this is one kind of approach to God, is that you are God. Basically, that's what it boils down to, which we know is the case, not really the case, right? And then Prataktvena is demigod worship. Like, we think these are gods, but they are not really, we think they are God with a capital G, right, the supreme person, but they're not really the supreme person. Krishna says in the previous verses that it's an indirect worship of me. This entire section that we're reading, we are in text 24 today, so text 20 to 25 talks about people who worship these demigods. What is their destination? What are their qualities? What do they do? Like that. Okay. So just to give context, this is text 23. Actually, let me do from text 20, just the translations, and we'll do 24. So, Krishna says in text 20, those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice seeking heavenly planets worship me indirectly, right? Purified of sinful reactions, they take birth on pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. right? This is one kind of people who really want a higher, scale of life that they want. We all think about this in the world that we live in, right? Somebody who is earning thousands wants to earn 100,000. Somebody wants to earn 100,000 wants to earn a million, billion, trillion. Why? Because we want a style of life that's exquisite or really rich. What we have here is actually not so amazing. But if you really want to have a really rich life, you better have to go to this heavenly planetary systems. And there are certain things that you can do, that you can go to the planet of Indra, who is the king of the demigods, and the enjoyment that you get there is unparalleled. You cannot even think about the enjoyment that they have there compared to the enjoyment that we have here. And text 21, Krishna continues, when they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. But this is the problem, that you do so much pious activities, and then you go to the heavenly planets, but then it's like your bank account. You're spending the money out of it, right? Once your pious credits are expired, you have to come back to this loka. This is Bhuloka, right? We have the 14 planetary systems that we have. Bhuloka, Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Satyaloka. This is the top 7 planets. And Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Talatala, Mahatala and Pathala, I think. So these are the 7 lower planetary systems. We have these 14 planetary systems that we have. And we're constantly going up and down depending on the actions that we do, right? And when our pious credits get over when we do pious things, we go to the upper planetary systems. And then when the credits get over, we come back again. Meaning we die, we take a different body and come back here again. So the same thing with impious activities. When we do things that are not really recommended by the Vedas, then we take bodies in the lower planetary system and suffer. Okay, when we suffer for some time, we again take birth in this planetary system. This is what Krishna is saying, right? A Brahma Bhuvana Loka Punaravartino Arjuna Mamupeti tu Kaunteya Punarjanmada Vidyati. That he says, even you can go to the topmost planetary system. Lord Brahma lives in the topmost planetary system in this universe. It's called the Brahmaloka or the Satyaloka. Even if you go to the Brahmaloka, where the lifetimes are huge, the span of lifetimes there in Brahmaloka are huge, still you have to come back to this material world, because the material world has these 4 qualities: birth, death, disease and old age. Birth, death, disease and old age. We are born, and then we get diseases, or we get old, and we die, and we born again, get old, they get disease, die. This is happening throughout all the planetary systems in this material world. So, he says, thus, those who seek enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the 3 Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. This is the problem. If you really want to enjoy for yourself, that's what it means. You only are going to get misery. That's Krishna's point. Because birth and death are really miserable situations, right? But those who always worship me, he's contrasting now, with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. This is the most amazing. This is what we're trying to do, right? I really don't have this, so I have to work towards it so that I can have this. This is basically our general endeavor in this world that we live in. But Krishna says, is contrasting. This is a famous verse in the Gita, right? Ananyas chintayanto mam ejana paryupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam mahamyam. For those who are devoted only to me, I give them what they don't have and carry, basically he says, I carry what they lack and preserve what they have. So what we have, we don't lose. And Krishna is also going to carry what we don't have. This is Krishna's promise, right? And then he continues. This is text 23. Those who are devotees of other gods, meaning demigods, who worship them with faith, actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way. This is the problem. That we are all parts and parcels of the Supreme, right? We are all parts and parcels of Krishna. So instead of worshipping Krishna directly, we're trying to worship Krishna's hand, we're trying to worship Krishna's leg, because all these demigods perform very certain functions in this universe. It's just like you can think about the government, right? You have the president, and as the president you have the cabinet secretaries who have very specific areas that they take care of. So these demigods are all assigned certain very specific areas to govern. So ultimately, everything happens by the nod of the president, right? It just doesn't happen because the cabinet secretary in himself doesn't have complete autonomy.
on what to do and what not to do. So Krishna is saying, ultimately they're worshipping me only, because ultimately it's the president who does everything, but they're doing it in a very indirect way. They really don't know what they're doing, right? And this is text 24. Aham hi sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natu mam abhijananti tatve natas chavanti te. So this is the word for word translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Aham, I, he, surely, sarva, of all, yajnanam, sacrifices, bhokta, the enjoyer, cha, and, prabhu, the Lord, eva, also, cha, and, na, not, tu, but, mam, me, abhijananti, they know, tatvena, in reality, ataha, therefore, chavanti, fall down, te, they. So this is the translation. Krishna is saying, I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Purport. Here it is clearly stated that there are many types of yajna performances recommended in the Vedic scriptures, Vedic literatures. But actually, all of them are meant for satisfying the Supreme Lord. Yajna means Vishnu. In the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that one should work only for satisfying Yajna or Vishnu. The perfectional form of human civilization, known as Varnashrama Dharma, is specifically meant for satisfying Vishnu. Therefore, Krishna says in this verse, I am the enjoyer of all sacrifices because I am the Supreme Master. Less intelligent persons, however, without knowing this fact, worship demigods for temporary benefit. Therefore, they fall down to the material existence and do not achieve the desired goal of life. If, however, anyone has any material desire to be fulfilled, he had better pray for it to the Supreme Lord, although that is not pure devotion, and he will thus achieve the desired result. Okay. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhye Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Okay, so what is Krishna saying in this verse? Finally, he is basically saying Krishna is the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Right? Previously, he's spoken about how we do so many sacrifices to try to get to another destination. Right now, we're doing so much sacrifice to get to which popular destination? You know? Which one? We are trying to go? We're trying to go to Mars. You know? We really are trying to get to a point where all of us can go and colonize Mars. Right? We think life will be happy there. Oh, we've completely destroyed Earth. It's not sustainable here now. Now let's go and destroy Mars. That's kind of the idea. But Krishna's point here is you can try to go anywhere. You still are going to be miserable because that's the nature of this world. The nature of this world is it's dukhalayam and ashashvatam, which means it's a place of misery and it's temporary in nature. And Krishna explains that this is the nature of the boons or things that you get from the demigods also, is that it is quick. One, you get it really quick, but it's temporary also. It doesn't last forever, right? Because even if you go to the planet of Indra, you have to come back again. It's just not possible for you to stay there forever. This is the temporary nature of this world. But Krishna is giving a contrast here, right? Whom does this happen to? This happens to for those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature. So this is the problem that all of us have. And Krishna has, so the thing that all of us are striving for in this world is peace and harmony, right? Would you agree? That all of us are trying to have as much peace as possible. But the nature is, it's really violent. we have, little things create so much quarrel and hypocrisy in this world. So Krishna gives a peace formula in the Bhagavad Gita. He's already spoken about it in the 5th chapter. Does anybody know what the peace formula is? He says something very similar to what he says in this verse. He says, Bhoktaram yajna tapasam sarva loka maheshwaram suhridam sarva bhutanam jnatva mam shantim richati. He says, those who know this will attain peace, shantim richati. And what are the things that he says we should know? That Bhoktaram yajna tapasam. That we try to do so many endeavors, austerities, perform so many things. Why? So that I can enjoy, right? I work 10 hours a day or 8 hours a day or 12 hours a day so that I can earn the money and have a good life. That's why we all do it, right? So that I can enjoy. But Krishna is saying something that's very, very radical here. What he's saying? Bhoktaram yajna tapasam. He says, I am the enjoyer of all austerities and sacrifice, Krishna is saying. Sarva Loka Maheshwaram. He is the master of all worlds, he says. All of us try to be masters in our own circle, right? You should listen to what I say, right? Why is this person not really doing what I'm saying? This is where conflicts happen in this world, right? All of us try to be masters. There are 8 billion people in this world. 8 billion people trying to become masters and nobody wants to serve. So this is a pure formula, sure shot conflict in this world. And Suhridam Sarva Bhutanam, that Krishna is the best well-wisher for all living entities, Sarva Bhutanam. But all of us also want to be best friends, right? We want to be the person that is guiding everybody and things like that. So Krishna says, if you try to do all these things, which is basically my position, you're not going to be very peaceful because we don't have control over any of these 3 things, right? And therefore, Prabhupada says in this purport that work should be done as a sacrifice for Vishnu, instead of work being done to satisfy ourselves. Prabhupada is quoting this from the 3rd chapter. Yajnartat karmano nyatra lokoyam karma bandhanat. He gives what happens if you perform work not as a sacrifice to Vishnu. What happens? Krishna says, Lokoyam karma bandhana. The activity that we are performing is going to completely bind us. Right? Any action that you have is going to have some resultant reaction. It may be either good or it may be either bad. But we have to suffer or enjoy the consequences of our action. So therefore it completely binds us. So we have to take birth again to enjoy or suffer the consequences of our action. And then we commit more action, and then as a result we get more karma, and then we enjoy or suffer good or bad karma, like that. So it constantly keeps us in the cycle of birth, death, disease and old age. Birth, death, disease and old age. Birth, death, disease. So what is the right way to perform action in this world, right? The one solution is I don't want to act at all, because action creates reaction, so therefore I won't act. Right? Sounds reasonable? Does it sound practical? No. The Krishna says, Arjuna, you cannot not act. This was Arjuna's thing, right? He didn't want to fight the war. He just wanted to go to the forest and just be. But Krishna says, no, Arjuna, you really cannot. Because all of us are born out of certain natures. Prabhupada says the perfect human civilization is called Varnashrama Dharma, right? Which means All of us, as a virtue of being in this material world, have picked up certain natures from our previous lives. It's very hard to work against our natures. You've tried it? We all, over time now in life, you kind of figure out what you're good at and what you're not really good at. When you try to do things, but you think, I can do this better than him, but that's not really your nature. But when you try to do that, it results in things that are not very pleasant. It doesn't make you really happy, right? So, this is Krishna's point, that you cannot stop acting, but how should you act? So that it doesn't really bind you to this world. So the way to act is to perform everything as a sacrifice to Krishna. Yajñartat karmanon yatra lokoyam karma, or else it's just going to bind you. So every single activity or action that we perform should be performed as a sacrifice to Vishnu or Krishna. So sacrifice is a very hard word, isn't it? I am putting in 10 hours, 12 hours, and I want to give everything to somebody else who's... You see, how many people, how easy is it for us to perform sacrifice in this world? We earn so much, how easy for us to give something, give some of the money that we earn in charity? How much do we think? Because we think, I have done the work, and why should I share it with somebody else, right? But we don't recognize that the basis of the platform on which we work was given to us. It was not something that we created by our own, right? The sun, the moon, the earth, the air, the land that we live in, how much of it is our own endeavor? It was all given to us, isn't it? It is only natural that we recognize who is providing us all of this. Krishna says this is the most basic form of sacrifice, is that you go to the grocery store and you pay for what you're actually buying. You can go and just steal it, right? But is that proper? No. At least you pay for what you're buying. This is the most basic form of sacrifice. But ultimately, our nature as spirit souls is that we are meant to serve. That's what will give us actual happiness. Prabhupada says that is what is going to lead us to the goal that we are trying to achieve, right? What is the goal that all of us are trying to achieve? Any? What are you trying to achieve? You must have some goal. Huh? Moksha. Okay. Anybody else? Why moksha? Why? Ultimately, any activity that we do here is so that we can become happy, right? We think that moksha is going to give us happiness. We think buying a new house is going to give me happiness. We think getting a new car is going to give me happiness. We think relationships are going to give us happiness, right? Ultimately, we are not doing any activity so that we can be miserable. How many of us do things so that we really want to be miserable? No. We all want to be happy, but we're trying to be happy in ways that are not going to make us happy. That is Krishna's point. If we are trying to perform actions for our own satisfaction, it just won't make us happy. Because that's just not our nature. Our nature is to serve. And whom do we serve? We serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. When we serve Krishna, who is the reservoir of all pleasure and happiness, then we are not dissatisfied at all. The reason why we get dissatisfied in this world is that things don't match our expectations. That's the main cause of frustration, right? That I'm thinking this will make me happy, but this is not really making me happy. But there is one person in this world who can never, you can try to set whatever expectations you want, he'll still supersede all those expectations, which is Krishna. This is the point. That even if we have material desires, Prabhupada saying, I want a new car, I want a home, that's fine. It's not pure devotional service, but still, it is better to go and ask that to Krishna, who is our father, rather than going and asking it to the demigods. Because the father has our he's our most best well-wisher, right? He might not give it to us soon enough, just like a kid asking for a candy to the parents, right? Hey, you've had enough, you really shouldn't have more today. But if you go and ask a shopkeeper, if you pay the money, he's going to give it to you. He doesn't really think whether it's good for you or not, right? This is the difference between the demigods and Krishna. That this is very transactional, right? I'm going to do certain things so that I can get this. So they have no, it's a very transactional thing in nature, no relationship. But we have a very strong relationship between Krishna and us, every single one of us. And what will make us happy is taking up this process of devotional service. This is the only thing that's going to make us happy. We've tried so many things in this world to try to make us happy. How many of us have eternally been happy? No moment where we've suffered or we're feeling pain. This is the nature, right? Susukam kartum avyayam. That the nature of devotional service is that it is performed joyfully, because it is giving us joy. This is our very nature, right? Anandamayo bhyasad, the Vedas saying that we are pleasure seeking by nature. That's why we're trying to do so many things that will give us happiness. But we're trying to do it in ways that are not very conducive, that are not really going to give us happiness, that are constantly going to bind us in this world, in the cycle of birth, death, disease and old age. This is very painful, these four things. Right? So that's why Krishna is saying, understand my transcendental nature, know me for who I am and who we are, and then from that perspective act. Right? So how do we get to know things in this world? So okay, now Krishna is saying, know me as I am, tattva, in truth. How do we get to know things in general in this world? Any ideas? If you want to learn physics, how would you do it? Now you have Chat GPT. You really don't have to learn. It will say things for you. But in general, in traditional means, how would you learn something in this world? Read, experience. How else? Teachers, right? Schools. You might go to somebody who actually knows this. Somebody who has knowledge of physics can teach you physics. Or you can try to read it on your own, but it's going to take a really long time. Even for you to read, you need a teacher, isn't it? To just the ABCs. Somebody has to teach you how to do it, or it's going to take a very long time for you to do it. So this is what Krishna is saying, that this knowledge that Krishna is giving has to be learnt in a very specific way. Krishna is saying, Evam parampara praptam imam raja rishiyo viduhu sakala nehamata yogo nashta parantapa. That how many of you think this is the first time Krishna is speaking on the Bhagavad Gita? Raise your hands. This is the first time Krishna spoke the Gita. So Krishna has spoken this before, you think? Hey, this is a 50-50 thing. You have to pick one. Krishna says he has spoken this before. But this knowledge has been lost over time, he says. And how this knowledge used to be transferred? Evam parampara praptam. It was transferred through disciplic succession of Raja Rishis, of saintly kings. But over time, Krishna said this knowledge was lost. Therefore, I am saying this to you again, Arjuna. Right? So after Krishna spoke this to Arjuna, we still have parampara or lineage or disciplic successions that come up till now. So we come under the disciplic succession of Brahma, Madhva, Gaudiya Sampradaya. The lineage starts from Lord Brahma, and then it comes all the way down. If you look at our book, the Bhagavad Gita, at the end of introduction, the introduction to the Gita, we have our disciplic succession. And our Acharya, Srila Prabhupada, is the latest of the Sampradaya Acharyas that we have in our lineage. Of course, there are now his disciples who continue the lineage. Today it's a very, very special day in that it is the disappearance day of one of the Acharyas or the teachers who come in that lineage. So you see this picture? This is Bhakti Vinod Thakur. This is Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master was Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and Bhakti Vinod Thakur was his father, who is, when the altar opens, you can see below pictures, 6 pictures actually. It starts with Prabhupada and then it goes higher and higher. It basically talks about our disciplic succession, our lineage. So today is the disappearance day of Bhakti Vinod Thakur. For great exalted souls, disappearance day means the person has left the body, right? Why is it celebrated? Usually in the world that we live, when somebody leaves, it's a very, very sad day, isn't it? Somebody who leaves, who's our loved one, we don't really celebrate it. But when an exalted Vaishnav or when an exalted devotee of the Lord leaves this world, it's a bittersweet day, because one, it's bitter because we are losing the association of such an amazing person. but is also sweet because such a person is not going to be born again. He's going back to the spiritual world to continue his eternal service to Krishna, right? So today is the day where Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur left this planet and went back to the spiritual world. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur was somebody who was very, very important because he was a prolific writer. He wrote over 100 books, and he was a magistrate of the British government. At that point when Bhaktivinoda Thakur lived, the Britishers were ruling over India. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur was a magistrate. And the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Krishna himself came 500 years ago to teach us how to actually follow the teachings that he had said in the Bhagavad Gita. Even Krishna has to also come and teach us, right? Who is the best devotee? He came in the form of mood of a devotee to teach us how to follow the instructions of Krishna. But his teachings were lost. And people would actually be ashamed to call themselves followers of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu about 200 years back, because the people who were trying to follow his principles had concocted his teaching so much and doing so many frivolous things that people who are actually following the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would actually feel very ashamed to call themselves his followers. So what Bhaktivinoda Thakur did was re-establish the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is very significant because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is considered the most merciful incarnation of Krishna. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarva dharman paridyajya mamekam sharanam vraja. Aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami masucha. This is Krishna's final instruction in the Bhagavad Gita. He says, leave all forms of religion and surrender to me. I will take care of all your sins, don't worry. But the condition that Krishna puts first is you first surrender to me, then I'll do everything for you. Right? Sarva dharman paridyajya. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when Krishna came as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave this goal that we were talking about. Goal of life is to love Krishna. That's the highest goal that we can actually have. That relationship that we have with Krishna is born out of love. And this is our eternal nature also. We have this loving relationship with Krishna. And the highest goal that we can achieve is to reawaken this loving relationship with Krishna. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and freely distributed this to the entire world and didn't see any qualification. The qualification that Krishna had was surrender to me, right? But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't have any qualification. He gave it to men, women, old, young, any country, no difference. He gave it freely to everybody. But this was lost. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur re-established the teachings of Mahaprabhu. Right? And then Srila Prabhupada brought what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave. We say this, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That this is called the Maha Mantra, right? We have so many different mantras, but this mantra is called the greatest of all mantras. Because this mantra was given by Krishna himself when he came as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He spread this mantra all over the world. He says, Prithivite achayadi nagaradi gram sarvata prachar hoibe moranam. He had this prediction that my names will be sung in every town and village. And it is because of Bhaktivinoda Thakur that these teachings were re-established, which were carried by Srila Prabhupada all over the world. In every town and village, now you can see the names of Krishna being chanted. And all this is because of the efforts of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. If he had not re-established the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we would not have had this greatest gift that Krishna had come to give us. This is it. The way for us to achieve perfection or happiness is to just chant the names of the Lord. This is the method of sacrifice, right? In different times, there are different sacrifices that are prescribed. The sacrifice that is prescribed for the times that we live in is chanting the holy names of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Just by chanting the holy names of the Lord, we can achieve perfection. We can achieve happiness. What we're looking for in this world. And this day is so amazing. This is the disappearance day of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that it's a potent day, very, very potent day. We can pray to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur so that we may have this access to the holy names of the Lord, so that we may achieve the goal of our life, right? So thank you all for coming, because this is a very special day that all of you have come. It's It's amazing that you're able to come to the temple on the disappearance day of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, who is a very, very exalted devotee of the Lord. So we'll stop here. Do you have any questions or comments? Okay, where are you all coming from? Plano? Irving? Frisco? Okay. Wow, welcome to Dallas. That's further. Who's most further away other than Indianapolis? Do we have guests from out of state? Okay. But thank you all for visiting Radha Kalachandji temple. Kalachandji is the oldest deity in the Western world. He's more than 500 years old. So the altar will open in a few minutes. Krishna, they'll at about 8 o'clock, and at 8:30 we'll have the Shayan Aarti, which is the last Aarti service for the day, and the altar closes at about 8:40, 8:45. So thank you all for coming, and if you want to get in touch with us, please give us your details, because all over the DFW Metroplex, we have discussions like this on the Gita every week. It's more intimate. It's not like very intimidating like this, where it's in smaller groups where people discuss, devotees get together and then discuss on the Gita. So if you're interested, you can approach me. I'll be here for some time, and give me your names, and I can connect you with the devotees. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Vancha kalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhubhye vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai.
गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षावृतेषु सुरवीरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सागन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
That's not.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Yeti Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale De Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी चारिणे निर्विशेषा वादी Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Vita Gadada Sadigo. If you want to sing along on the chorus, it's right here on the right side. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Vaita Radha Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Oh Rama Rama Hare Hare. Everybody sing. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Oh, Rama Rama, oh, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Bolo, bolo, bolo. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sing, everybody sing Haribol. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, oh, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, bolo, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, the words are on the side here, on the right side if you don't know them. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, oh, Hare Rama, oh, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Oh, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna, bolo. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna ki bolo, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नाम आचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर।
नवदीप धाम की, गंगा माई की, जमुना माई की, तुलसी देवी की, भक्ति देवी की, Samaveda Bhaktivinoda ki, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, all glories to the Sama devotees, all glories to the Sama devotees, all glories to the Sama devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Jai, all glories to Shri.
Appearance Day of Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki.
Disappearance day. Purvakshaha Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Shilatan Kana Kalaye Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha Yato Yamitato Narsimha Yato Yamitato Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha Narasimha Mahadev Sharanam Prapade Narasimha Mahadev Sharanam Prapade Tava Kala Kamalavare Adbhuta Shringam Dalitam Hiranyakashipur Tanubringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Ta नाकार कमलवरे नाकमद्भुतशृङ्गां ललिता हिरण्यकशिपुर तनुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नरसिंहदेव भगवान की प्रहलाद महाराज की
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,